No. A weź powiedz coś jeszcze. No nie, to słabo cię słyszę bardzo. Jak tam? No ja trochę cię słyszę, ale bardzo słabo, naprawdę. A w ogóle teraz to mi coś, przez chwilę mi coś dziwnego wchodziło, wiesz? Takie jakby sieć komórkowa jakaś. Słucham? Nie. Ciągle tak samo. Ja de facto myślę, że ja ciebie słyszę z tego, co mój mikrofon ściąga. A Wojtka teraz dobrze słyszę, tak? A, bo Wojtek jest tutaj, ten, wiesz, no to mówię, mój mikrofon ściąga.
Ja sprawdzałem odsłuch tego. Bo ja sprawdzałem odsłuch mikrofonu, a nie tego. To jest z tamtego. I tu rozwiążę sytuację. Wyjaśnienie szybkie. Nie zakręciłem cię kabel za bardzo, ale to sobie zrobiłem.
No. Teraz cię słyszę. Nie, siebie nie słyszę. Siebie, tak, chyba teraz siebie słyszę. Tak, ale słabo siebie słyszę, powiem ci. Ale, a teraz jak sobie podgłoś, tak, tak. Teraz mam na maksa podgłośnione, to czekaj troszeczkę. Yy, ja kręcę, gdzie jest volume. Na tym Behringerze małym. Output po prawej. Dobra, no dobra, teraz. Mam output na maksa i no to tak, to siebie dobrze słyszę już teraz głośno. No mówię. Tutaj jest mu. Teraz miuta sprawdzę. No to co? O, teraz jakby stereo mi się uruchomiło. Tak, bo teraz takie stereo mi weszło jakby. No nie wiem. Tak, mam gadać ciągle? Już wszystko mamy. Dobra, więc myślę, że trzeba przełożyć tylko z mikrofon, żeby on był na środku i żeby oni sobie mogli nim majtać.
Raz, jeden, dwa, raz, dwa, trzy. Raz, dwa, trzy, raz, dwa, trzy, jeden, dwa. Jeden, dwa, jeden, dwa. Jeden, dwa, jeden, dwa, jeden, dwa. Raz, dwa, trzy. Jeden, jeden, jeden. Raz, dwa, trzy, jeden, dwa, jeden, dwa, jeden, dwa. Jeden, 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 dwa, jeden, dwa, jeden, dwa, raz, dwa, trzy, raz, dwa, trzy, raz, dwa, trzy. Raz, jeden, raz. Raz, jeden, raz, raz, dwa, trzy. Jeden, dwa, jeden, dwa. Jeden, 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 dwa. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, pięć, sześć, siedem, osiem. Raz, jeden, dwa. Jedna rzecz jest taka. Ten kaszlak jest. Proszę, ja muszę to zaraz przykleję, żeby może to się zwaliło. Ten kaszlak jest.
Okej, czyli nie, że trzymam palcem, tylko...
Czyli
Dobra.
i wyłączamy czerwone
Dobra.
i mówimy. A ja zaraz przyniosę taśmę, żeby zabezpieczyć te fejdery, żebyście przez przypadek gdzieś tam nie pierdnęli jakoś, bo...
A głośność na słuchawkach to jest to, prawda?
Nie, głośno
ten
to
balans.
masz tutaj.
A, tutaj, dobra.
Tutaj,
okej.
tutaj
A,
bądź
dobra.
tutaj to już sobie jakby tak naprawdę co tam będzie, wiesz, możesz sobie na przykład dać tu więcej, a potem sobie regulować tym już z tą widoczną podziałką, jak tam wygodniej. To każdy sobie może wziąć swoje
Fajnie.
słuchawy jakby co
I
regulować po
zwrotnego
swojemu.
sygnału nie mamy, samego głosu.
Zależy czy chcecie.
Ale w razie czego to jest która gałka?
Wiesz co, to ja ci to odpalam, także
Aha.
jeśli także pytanie, czy
Ja
wam
bym
jest
nie
wygodniej,
chciał.
Ja też nie chcę.
czyli tylko mówicie i ja sobie
Mhm.
już tam z tym robię co trzeba.
Tak.
Dobra, to ja od razu
Tak.
to zrobię, żeby nam to nie wchodziło.
Tak, bo my, wiesz, to rozprasza.
Dobra, jak to mogę trochę przesunąć, to trochę przesunę.
Tak. 16. No. Kurde, tak przygotowany jestem, jeśli chodzi o robotę, bo... Ej, 5 SMS-ów? A, Małgosia przysłała, dobra.
Ale teraz już nie powinien wchodzić i nie wchodzą. Niedobrze. A nie, jeszcze wchodzą. Poczekaj. A dlaczego mam tu wchodzą? O jest.
Tak jak ten Marcin nigdy nie przegina z tym ćwiczeniem, tak oprócz tego, żeśmy mieli normalną rozgrzewkę, to stwierdził, że może zrobimy coś takiego, bo fajne jest to, że każdy trening jest inny, ale tym razem nam kazał robić choinkę,
Aha.
czyli bieg stycznej i robisz pach, jedna pompka. Potem biegasz dalej, pach, dwie pompki i tak do 10 pompek i potem od 10 do 0.
Kurde, powiem ci, że ja nie wiem jak ja to robiłem, bo ja lata temu, oczywiście nic nie ćwiczyłem, żadnego sportu nie uprawiałem, a nie wiem, 50 to na pewno robiłem bez problemu tych pompek, mimo że byłem chudy i w
Wiesz co,
ogóle.
to
ale-
każdy ma jakieś takie predyspozycje.
A teraz stary, to wiesz, przy 15 już miałem dość, a te chyba do 2 dych dociągnąłem już ledwo.
Ja na przykład też nigdy nie próbowałem, ale nigdy nie byłem w tym jakoś super, ale tak samo jak z bieganiem jest, że ja jestem sprinterem i jak biegałem jeszcze, jak grałem tam z chłopakami w piłkę, to mimo tego, że wiesz, już miałem, nie wiem, 45 lat czy coś takiego, to z grupy chłopaków, gdzie byli koleżkowcy koło 30, to byłem absolutnie najszybszy. Także aż trener się zdziwił, bo ja to zawsze byłem piłkarzem specjalnej troski.
Oni mieli ile lat?
No to wiesz co, pewnie od 30 w górę, no ale no byli, wiesz,
No bo
i
wiesz, pytanie, czy to
potężnie
nie jest-
zbudowani i dużo młodsi, no 15 lat.
Ale wiesz, to nie jest to
skąd wiesz?
pokolenie, które już generalnie
Nie, no
na
wiesz co,
zwolnieniach z
tacy
WF-u.
całkiem byli solidnie zbudowani, także takie predyspozycje, bo ja zawsze byłem sprinterem, ja byłem beznadziejny na długie dystanse, ale właśnie tak, żeby się spiąć i pobiec na 100 to...
No.
Chciałem sobie kupić na wyjeździe, bo zapomniałem, znaczy wziąłem kabel do ładowania, który, choć... A nie, pokazywałem Ci mój kabelek do ładowania.
Nie, ha,
Nie?
bling.
Bling, bling.
Ale co ci się stało? Dlaczego miałeś pomroczność jasną? Jak go
Nie, to był
kupowałeś?
najtańszy kabel w sklepie.
Szanuję
ponieważ-
brak poczucia obciachu.
Jeden raz. To już będzie.
A ponieważ wszystkie kable generalnie wcześniej czy później się rozpadają, to kupiłem najtańszy. A jeszcze on jest w sumie bardzo dobry, ponieważ on tutaj ma magnes
A, żeby się nie...
spina i jest na tyle krótki, że ciężko z nim coś zrobić, więc
A to do powerbanku? Czy ogólnie?
Jak macie już czasóweczkę, bo ja nawet nie
no
dostałem.
tu chyba, nie? O
A, to już
15.
jest jakby ten czas, dobra. No i bardzo dobrze.
Halo? O, fantastycznie. Bardzo Pani dziękuję za pomoc. Dzięki. Do zobaczenia. Dobra.
A, to nawet mi napisała as internetu the internet. Dobra, czyli to było napisane, tylko że ja tego nie skojarzyłem. Że to chodzi o tego ludzika.
A o co chodzi, Mateusz, z tym Adfaber?
No to są partnerzy międzynarodowi, którzy są wymienieni tam w tym
A,
turnieju, być może
okej.
gdzieś jeszcze, a być może nie.
Jules and Jim.
Chodzi o to, że ten koleś to tam trochę wybełkotał, ten prowadzący, w związku z tym, no, żebyśmy wiedzieli, o co chodzi.
Dobra. Ja chyba jednak muszę laptopa odpalić, bo to...
A kiedy wy macie jechać? W maju?
Tak, pierwsze 2 tygodnie maja. Też wiesz,
Czechia. Teach for Slovakia to dosyć oczywiste. Wedlaj. A tego drona to jakoś strasznie tam wczoraj szybko Amerykanie pokryli wypowiedziami, że to takie nierozsądne, amatorskie chojrakowanie, coś tam, ale widać było, że nie mają ochoty wysyłać lotniskowca do walki.
no i to jest ten moment, kiedy powraca temat patyczka atomowego, no bo że na Ukrainie nie użyją, to raczej już jest oczywiste w obecnych warunkach, no ale już Amerykanie to... Syndrom to jest takie kurwa ruskie, to cała ta akcja syndrom to jest takie tak idealnie w stylu Rosjan.
No.
Chojrakowanie. Przecież Amerykanie jakby chcieli, to by po prostu po 2 tygodniach by nie było Rosji. Oczywiście w konwencjonalnej wojnie, no bo w atomowej to by już nikogo nie było.
Przesuwamy się o pola, bo ja nie jestem dobry w grach. To są po prostu fields, tak?
No chyba tak. Ha, zastrzeliłeś mnie.
Więc zrobiłem coś takiego na to hasło, bo to jest małe F, małe K, 5, znak dolara, małe P, małe N i duże K. To hasło,
Aha.
które oni tam mają odgadnąć. Więc ja zrobiłem fan kissed $5 prince named Kevin.
Okej. Dobra.
Albo może być fan, albo father, albo farmer. Ale farmer może być już trochę zbyt skomplikowane z wymowy, więc albo father, albo fan.
Tak. Albo Frank.
No nie, bo Frank to musi być małe F, więc właśnie, bo ja miałem,
No tak, no tak.
pierwotnie miałem, że Fiona
Tak.
całowała, ale Fiona jest z wielkiej litery,
Tak.
więc nie da rady.
Masz dobry punkt tutaj.
Bo jeszcze miałem Kissed $5 Pink-Nosed Kangaroo, ale kangaroo wtedy nie ma wielkiego K, więc musi być imię.
Jakby to sprawdzić? Wejdę na wiki i
Czyli
zobaczę.
co zrobię? Fan. Kiss. $5. Stwierdziłem, że Kevin jest jakoś tak najprostszy, bo tam oczywiście imionka trochę jest,
Tak.
chociaż nie aż tak dużo. Musiałem się wspierać internetem, szczerze mówiąc, żeby to jakoś tak jest, bo mi nie
Aha.
przychodziło tak. Bo to K właśnie było takie niewygodne, bo masz 2 razy K, małe K i duże K, na K to tak strasznie dużo rzeczy po angielsku jednak nie ma.
No tak.
Specyficzne.
Ciekawe. The Monopoly game board consists of 40 spaces. Tak, 3 chance spaces, 3 community chest spaces, income tax space. Znaczy jednak space. Bardzo ciekawe, nie powiedziałbym tak.
Daj się powiedzieć, Fields też chyba nie ma znaczenia. Whatever. Kogo robimy Wyspiańskiego? Patrzyłem, że najbardziej znanym malarzem świata jest Leonardo da Vinci jednak, ale
Tylko, że on jest zbyt uniwersalny, nie tylko się
Tak.
z obrazami kojarzy.
tak, więc
Czyli zobacz. Field.
Van Gogh, to nie wiadomo czy mówić Van Gogh czy Van Gogh.
Powiem Ci szczerze, że w całym dużym artykule na temat gry Monopoly słowo field w ogóle się nie pojawia.
Aha. Można powiedzieć po prostu 3 steps forward.
Tak.
Albo you can make 3 moves. Nie, bo moves to nie, bo ruch to jest co
No,
innego.
te spaces, no może bez Wiesz kogo? No ale czekaj, a z takich Anglików, kto jest najsłynniejszym angielskim malarzem?
Turner chyba,
No.
ale wiesz, to nie jest dla Anglików tutaj,
No
masz,
tak.
zobacz, masz ludzi, więc trzeba użyć jakiegoś, nie wiem, można rzucić Claude Monet. Claude Monet. No, myślę, że
Tak.
proponuję Claude'a Monet. Albo Raffaello. Chociaż Raffaello to się kojarzy z czekoladką. Więc
Nie jest
też
czekoladką.
będzie-
No nie, you're not Claude Monet. To będzie, dobra chyba. Monet.
Claude Monet.
Ostatnio po prostu wszelkie takie z wymową zawsze mnie O, dobra, słyszę.
Słychać.
Mhm. Dobra, jeszcze tylko spróbujemy kaszlaczka. Gadamy.
Tak, to ja cię nie słyszę, natomiast jak ty mówisz, to ja cię głównie słyszę w słuchawkach. A
Raz, dwa.
słyszę
Tak, bo
w tej-
mamy zwrotną, wiesz?
Nie będzie zwrotnej. Dobra.
Dobra. A ten mute zadziała, prawda? Była przerwa, kiedy mówiłem. Dobra. Czekaj, spiszę sobie to hasło.
Nie, to możesz mieć przed nosem, nie musisz spisywać.
No w sumie
Będzie leżało.
good.
Rebus jest, ale on jest wyświetlany po angielsku, jest be brave to ask for help. On jest wyświetlany w wersji angielskiej, także spoko, to jeszcze sobie obejrzymy tam zresztą.
Bardzo fajnie. Bardzo mi się podoba to, co oni robią.
No. Adela teraz miała przyspieszony kurs właśnie dokładnie tej tematyki, bo doszło do no, takiego rozstania z koleżanką, która myśmy tego, ponieważ nie ma Uniwersytetu Obsługi Relacji Dziecięcych,
Aha.
to myśmy tego nie wychwycili, ale ona była w takiej niezdrowej relacji z koleżanką, która ją gnębiła generalnie. Była takim bully, tylko tak jak rozmawialiśmy z moją pedagogą, ona była takim friendly bully, że wiesz, że cię lubię, a tam cię tutaj, wiesz, plasnę, tutaj powiem ci, że jesteś do dupy, bo ja szybciej zrobiłam zadanie, to ty jesteś
No tak,
do
czy to
dupy.
jest ten tak,
takie-
idziesz taka, która potrzebuje
Tak.
zwierciadlnego odbicia
Tak.
po to, żeby sobie udowadniać, że jest lepsza.
Tak. No i tam doszło do tego przecięcia wrzodu jakby, jeszcze koleżanki tam ją wsparły, po czym tylko mówię, że po pierwsze, żeby jak cokolwiek chcą ustalić, to żeby nie robiły tego przez internet, żeby rozmawiały, że rozmowa jest najważniejsza, a nie takie tekst. No i mówię, żeby pamiętały, że jeżeli będą cokolwiek pisać, to że to zostaje, że tego nie zniknie, nie usuniesz tego z telefonu i to zniknęło, tylko mówię, że to zawsze jest na serwerze. I wczoraj coś tam widziałem, że Adela napisała do koleżanki, nie piszmy tego tutaj, bo to tutaj zostanie. Także wiesz, dotarło.
Pracujemy w 3 obszarach, które w tym momencie są dla nas kluczowe. Po pierwsze, zdrowie psychiczne uczniów i uczennic. Po drugie, tematy wielokulturowe. Jak pracować w klasie, w której już nie jesteśmy tylko homogeniczni. Po trzecie, jest to obszar cyfrowego bezpieczeństwa i obywatelstwa, przede wszystkim w kontekście pracy z grupami wykluczonymi.
Fundacja Szkoła z Klasą, a szczególnie te jej pierwsze programy były bardzo takie informacyjne i informatyczne i przyszłościowe i nowoczesne, zarówno w sensie narzędziowym, jak i w sensie podejścia do metodyki i do edukacji, więc chciałem trochę zerwać z przeszłością i spojrzeć w przyszłość i myślę, że to się udaje.
Edukacja jest ważna, dlatego że obejmuje w zasadzie wszystkie obszary i przestrzenie naszego życia. Wartości Szkoły z Klasą są mi bardzo bliskie, nie tylko jako nauczycielowi, ale również trenerowi, jako mamie. Z Fundacją Szkoła z Klasą łączą mnie te same wartości. Otwartość na drugiego człowieka, ciekawość, nuta szaleństwa. Edukacja jest ważna, dlatego że edukacja jest tak naprawdę wszystkim.
2, 1.
Tak naprawdę rozwój w tej edukacji dla mnie jest najważniejszy. To, że cały czas jesteśmy w procesie uczenia się czegoś nowego.
Już się wydarzyło to, o co chcemy zapytać, bo I to jest pytanie, jak się czuliście w tym?
Edukacja jest bardzo ważna, dlatego że obecna młodzież lubi się uczyć i też nam zależy na tym, aby pokazać im jakieś nowe doświadczenie, nowe możliwości i też mieć dobry start w przyszłości.
Dzięki edukacji możemy mieć świadome społeczeństwo i obywateli i obywatelki, które podejmują samodzielnie decyzje. Fundacja Szkoła z Klasą to dla mnie pewnik jakości, wysokiej jakości, ciekawych programów, mądrze wymyślonych projektów, a także ciekawość myślenia o edukacji cyfrowej w kontekście wartości.
Współtworzę drużynę Fundacji Szkoła z Klasą, dlatego że lubię pracować w gronie ludzi, którzy wierzą w to, co robią, którzy robią to profesjonalnie i ja wierzę osobiście w to, że to, co robimy, ma sens.
Ciastek o uważności.
Edukacja jest ważna, bo edukacja to po pierwsze relacja, a po drugie też taka ciekawość drugiego człowieka. Bez edukacji według mnie nie ma dobrej relacji i nie ma takiej empatii względem innych osób, z którymi spotykamy się w naszym życiu.
Edukacja jest najistotniejszą sprawą w życiu człowieka. Właściwie po jego potrzebach takich podstawowych edukacja jest najistotniejsza, dlatego że decyduje o jego życiu, o jego świecie, o tym, jak postrzega ten świat, jak się w nim odnajduje i jaka będzie jego przyszłość.
Edukacja jest ważna, dlatego że potrafi zmieniać świat.
Dzień dobry, miło Was widzieć ponownie.
Witamy też wszystkich
Hello,
tych,
it's a
którzy
pleasure to
właśnie
see you
do nas
again.
dołączyli. Cieszymy się, że jesteście
And
z
a
nami.
very warm welcome to everybody
drugi
who's
panel
with us.
przeznaczony
Let's
dla
start the
nauczycieli
second
i
panel,
nauczycielek,
which
edukatorów
is
i
for
edukatorek,
all
ale
the
również dla
educators and our
wszystkich
friends
tych, którzy pracują z dziećmi, również dla rodziców.
and everybody
Witają
who
was
works
Zita Tychowska.
with children.
Adam Mirek.
Ja na co dzień zajmuję się doktoratem
what
z
we
inżynierii
do on an
biomedycznej, ale
everyday
też
basis
popularyzacją nauki w internecie,
is
głównie
we
na TikToku i
want
Instagramie.
to make
A ja jestem
learning and
nauczycielką,
teaching more popular on
pedagogiem
the
specjalnym.
internet,
Prowadzę
Instagram,
również szkolenia
and I'm also a teacher
pedagogicznych,
and I run
współprowadzę bloga edukacyjnego specjalni.pl,
an
ale
education
przede
blog,
wszystkim jestem trenerką
specjalni.pl,
internetu.
and I'm a trainer
W ASach
with
internetu
Be
wzmacniamy
Internet Awesome.
wartości u dzieci, u
This is
młodzieży,
where we
po to,
strengthen the
żeby pomóc
values
im się
in
odnaleźć
children
w tej trudnej
and the young
rzeczywistości,
people,
rzeczywistości offline i rzeczywistości online.
and we want
Adam,
them to be able to find
Czy ty
their way
znasz wszystkie
around
wartości ASów
the
internetu?
No sprawdźmy.
internet and the new reality.
Uważność,
We have all the values
siła,
such as being
odwaga.
smart, alert,
I
strong,
zapomniałeś o jednej, bardzo dla mnie ważnej.
życzliwość.
Tak jest,
Jeszcze
życzliwość.
kind,
Tak.
being
W
kind. That's
ASach
the
pomagamy
next
zmieniać
one.
lekcje o bezpieczeństwie w internecie w
And
wspaniałą przygodę.
Tak jest. Ale
This is
dzisiejsze
also a great
wydarzenie
adventure in
nie
addition to
mogłoby się odbyć,
teaching us
gdyby
how
nie jego
to be
organizatorzy,
safe
czyli
online.
Fundacja Szkoła z Klasą we współpracy z Google.
And we also
Partnerami naszego
collaborate with
wydarzenia są
Google.
Super Belfrzy RP, Natomiast
We have
patronat medialny objął głos nauczycielski.
superbelfry.pl
Chcielibyśmy również
and
powitać
our
naszych
patrons,
międzynarodowych
whose
partnerów.
logo, as you can see on the
Szkoła z
screen,
klasą
głos
od kilku lat
nauczycielski.
rozwija społeczność
And
asów
School with
internetu
Class has been
w
developing
Europie
a network
Środkowo-Wschodniej.
of
Partnerzy
collaboration
programu to
in this
Adfaber
part
z
of the
Rumunii,
world with,
Ford
for
z
example,
Grecji,
Adfaber,
Jules & Jim z Czech, International
Jules
Children's
and Jim
Safety
from Czech
Services z
Republic,
Węgier,
International Children's Safety
Studentniczy
Service,
uczeniu z Chorwacji, Teach for Slovakia ze Słowacji
and we have
oraz
also partners from
Weblife
Croatia, Slovakia,
Zobaczcie, jak wygląda nasza
and
międzynarodowa
Lithuania.
współpraca.
And this is what our international cooperation is like.
We host 6 amazing organizations, NGOs, from 6 countries. Romania with Adfaber, Fourth from Greece, Suradniczy Uczeniu from Croatia, Teach for Slovakia from Slovakia, Jules and Jim from the Czech Republic. And the School's Class Foundation, the host organization here in Warsaw. We all share common values and understand that teaching about internet is not only talking about threats, but mostly about empowering young people to feel safe and secure, to feel open enough, to talk with grown-ups, to talk with the peers about the internet, but also sharing their concerns and the threats they face online.
Why we joined the Internet Awesome program is that because we wanted to make a change in preventistic programs in Czech Republic because they were all about threats on the internet, and we really liked that the Internet Awesome is different.
The Internet Awesome is a unique program. It's a program that bases on values. And they're a good starting point for being safe and wise, not only online, but also offline.
In Romania, we tried different things. We spoke with all the stakeholders involved in children's education, from the Ministry of Education to stars, to influencers, to teachers that teach online.
In order to be able to train as many educators as we can, we decided to hold our webinars online. We addressed to all educators from all educational level, and we emphasize on refugees and immigrants community.
International cooperation is really important for us because we can benefit from different insights and different practices in countries that implement already the BIA program.
To our NGO, Suradniczy Uczeniu, it is important to have international partners so we could share our experience, good practices, and work together as a team. In Croatia, we decided to support with Be Internet Awesome schools in earthquake-affected areas and schools in little communities on isolated islands.
It's my first meeting with all our colleagues, let's say like this. It's amazing to see the same passion, the same idea to help children, great tools exchange, great experiences, and it's very nice to see the same motivation, and that inspires us to go further and push harder to help all the children.
Konferencji transmitowana jest także w języku angielskim.
Now, the
Bardzo
conference
ciekawi
is
nas,
also
w którym
being
kraju
broadcast
jesteście i skąd
in
nas
English,
oglądacie.
so we're very
Napiszcie
interested to
proszę
hear
na czacie.
where you are
W
from
ogóle
and
podczas
where you
trwania
are
całego
watching us
panelu
from.
możecie pisać swoje
Throughout the
komentarze,
panel,
uwagi, przemyślenia
you can
na
write your
czatach, na
comments
Facebooku
and
i na
thoughts
naszym
on
kanale
the
na
chats
YouTubie. bo nadchodząca godzina będzie pełna inspirujących historii, krótko i na temat. Takie będą wystąpienia EduStories.
A zaraz po EduStories mamy dla Was lada gratkę, bo będzie 6 warsztatów. Jeśli jeszcze ktoś z Was nie zdążył się zapisać na te warsztaty, to za moment na czacie pojawi się ankieta. Kliknijcie proszę w link, wypełnijcie formularz, zróbcie to jak najszybciej, tak żebyśmy mogli jeszcze przesłać Wam link dostępu do warsztatów na platformie.
A teraz już czas na naszego pierwszego mówcę. Będzie to polonista, autor książki Płeć w polszczyźnie oraz laureat Nagrody Kuźni Mistrzów Mowy Polskiej.
Czy to prawda, że język warunkuje nasze myślenie i wyznacza granice świata? Które mechanizmy języka sprzyjają manipulacji i czy w ogóle możemy się przed nią ustrzec? Na te, ale też na inne pytania podczas swojego wystąpienia postara się odpowiedzieć Mateusz Adamczyk.
Dzień dobry Państwu. Mamy dzisiaj rozmawiać o języku wpływu i manipulacji. I wydaje mi się, że żeby zrozumieć te 3 obszary, te 3 zjawiska, to warto by było sięgnąć na początek do pierwszego z nich, czyli do języka. I z doświadczenia wiem, że bardzo w tym pomaga sięganie do historii jakiegoś zjawiska, bo właśnie tam znajdziemy pewne wskazówki, które ułatwią nam zrozumienie. Oczywiście teorii na temat tego, skąd powstał język, po co on powstał, jest bardzo wiele, ale ja przygotowałem dla Państwa dzisiaj jedną z nich i jest to propozycja Robina Dunbara, brytyjskiego antropologa, który w swojej książce, której okładkę właśnie Państwu pokazuję, zaproponował taką teorię, że język powstał po to, żeby plotkować, żeby rozmawiać o innych osobach. Ja już Państwu tłumaczę, na czym to wszystko polega. Zanim człowiek zaczął mówić, to tworzył i utrzymywał relacje tak, jak to robią małpy, czyli za pomocą iskania. Nasi przodkowie dbali wzajemnie o swoje futerka, dbali o higienę, ale dawali sobie też taką informację, że są dla siebie bardzo, bardzo ważni. Jednak ten sposób nie mógł trwać wiecznie, ponieważ w miarę rozrastania się tych społeczności ludzkich trudno było iskać się z każdą osobą. Było za mało czasu, trzeba było jeszcze coś upolować, zająć się potomstwem, no i zachować czujność w świecie pełnym drapieżników. I dlatego właśnie, zdaniem Dunbara, ludzie zaczęli się iskać na odległość. Jak to robili? Za pomocą nieartykułowanych dźwięków, czyli wołali do siebie wzajemnie. Jeżeli ktoś odkrzyknął, to znaczy, że wszystko było dobrze. Wioska w komplecie, jesteśmy bezpieczni. Ale i ten mechanizm nie trwał wiecznie, a to dlatego, że w miarę kolejnego rozrastania się tych wiosek trudno było krzyczeć do osoby, która mogła w ogóle tego nie usłyszeć. I właśnie wtedy ludzie zaczęli rozmawiać między sobą o innych osobach. Na przykład, kiedy porozmawiałem sobie z Basią o Mirku z drugiego końca mojej wioski, mojej osady, dowiedziałem, że Mirek ma się dobrze, że stado jest w komplecie, że jego granice są zachowane, a w związku z tym i ja jestem bezpieczny. Ta historia jest bardziej albo mniej prawdopodobna. Trudno to zweryfikować, ale zawiera 3 bardzo ważne dla nas elementy, które nie są wątpliwe w językoznawstwie i w naukach, które językoznawstwu towarzyszą. Po pierwsze, język to jest zjawisko społeczne. Język tworzy społeczeństwo i jest oczywiście przez społeczeństwo tworzony. Język spaja także pewne grupy, podgrupy społeczne, które odróżniają się od siebie wzajemnie właśnie za pomocą tego, jak wyjątkowo mówią. Po drugie, język jest bardzo silnie związany z naszym ciałem, z jego budową i z jego funkcjonowaniem. I wreszcie po trzecie, język wpływa na to, jak myślimy o świecie i myślę, że świetnie jest znane Państwu zdanie Wittgensteina, granice mojego
Everybody knows
języka
Wittgenstein's claim that the boundaries of my language define the boundaries of my world.
które są same w sobie ani dobre,
And this is the beginning of mechanisms that are neither good nor bad in themselves, but they can be used for bad purposes, for evil purposes, like manipulation. Dunbar writes that language is a very much social tool, and it makes it possible to exchange information in a changing world, but it also makes it easier to tell the difference between friend and foe. Now, this last element is very important to us. It sounds like an easy thing to start with, but when we have in our village someone who speaks our language, we believe this is our kinsman or someone who we can trust. A friend of mine, this is an example of the statement. A friend of mine who works on the Ukrainian border saw that X, Y, Z. This sort of statement, that's familiarity and closeness, and it happens on two levels. First of all, we're talking about people who are close to us, friends, family, and other people who we do not suspect to have some bad intent. Now, the second mechanism
o tych sytuacjach mówi się za pomocą języka, który jest nam bliski, który jest potoczny i codzienny. A dla naszych umysłów to, co jest bliskie, jest także oswojone, dobre i prawdziwe.
The second mechanism is about bringing closer things that are close to us and that we perceive as close. But this can be used for manipulation too. Sometimes there is too much gossip in the village. Sometimes there is some communication noise in the background, and that's when we need the experts or the wise men and women of the village. And this mechanism of what we perceive to be order, the introduction of order, is also used in manipulation. For example, a sentence like, Professor XYZ claims that, or latest research shows that, experts agree that. Now, this professor might not even exist. This research, maybe it was carried out, but we don't even know where the results were published. My point is, we cannot allow ourselves to exaggerate in either direction. If we're too familiar, there's too much emotion and too much communication noise. But we also can't allow to have too much of the expert aspect, because this is not part of our life and it feels alien. So the best option is to have a mix of the familiar and the expert matter. As I was preparing for this presentation, I remembered a sentence from a radio commercial in Poland, which went more or less like this. We've got Kasia with us, who represents the Academy of Migraine. Now, Kasia is a person we don't know. She's claimed to be there. And her first name is used rather than surname, so that brings familiarity. But she is claimed to represent an Academy of Migraine, so she's presented as an expert, and supposedly we expect her to reveal some secrets that other experts may not have told us. So this is the issue about familiarity and the expert character of information. But let's go back to our village. In our village, there was not just the contact through touch, like monkeys who gets a feeling of almost a drug-like high by doing this. But our brains are lazy. They hate to be tired by thinking, and they hate critical thinking in particular. Our brains like sugar and entertainment or pleasure. So the other element, the second mechanism I mentioned, is also used for disinformation. Now, memes are a very good example of this these days. A meme is a combination of picture and text that refers to some sort of a cultural or pop cultural context. It makes us funny, but it requires us to do some effort, and then there is a reward. Aha, I know what the meme is about, so I'm happy. And that's when we are no longer vigilant. And that's why memes no longer are there just to be funny, but they are often used to open the doors to our brain through the picture, and the text does the manipulation, and it injects some bits of information to our brain that might not be true. Memes refer to sight. Sight is the sense we use to learn about the world, because the vast majority of the information we get around the world, around us, is through sight. To see is to believe. To see with your own eyes, well, there can be no doubt. If we're talking about touching, about grooming like monkeys, we also have to talk about our bodies. Our body has a lot of impact on how we think and how we talk about thinking. Our brain loves entertainment and sugar, and our minds love metaphors. I'm not talking about poetic metaphors, they are sometimes a bit difficult to get to the bottom of that, but I'm talking about conceptual metaphors. If I arrive at a conclusion, I don't need to move my body. If I reach for an argument, I don't even have to extend my hand. And if I'm trying to dig to the bottom of things, I don't need a shovel. So all of these things are metaphors. They make thinking easier because abstract concepts are represented through the concrete examples. So this makes thinking easier, and this allows us to influence the way others think. When we hear that Poland might be hit with another wave of migrants or refugees, what we perceive is not people, humans who need help, but we see some elemental force of a wave crashing into it. Dunbar didn't write about it because that was not the topic of his book, but tribality is something we consider to be a feature of the past, and we think it doesn't fit in with us contemporarily. But tribes are not much different from our information bubbles. Now, I'm talking to you right now, but I might be manipulating too. After all, I've been using a metaphor, the metaphor of a village. I'm creating a familiar atmosphere by using colloquial language. I make some jokes, but I'm also presenting some study results. Am I trying to influence you? Yes, of course, otherwise I wouldn't be here. But am I manipulating you? No, but that's my opinion. Your opinion can only be yours if you leave your own village, if you learn the language of a different tribe and use those tools to verify the facts. And then you'll learn that an opinion is not equal to facts, and you'll maybe check who this Adamczyk guy is. Why is he talking to me about language? And only if you check it can you be sure that your opinion really is yours.
Dzięki, Mateusz, to było naprawdę
Thanks, Mateusz, that was a really inspiring
To, co zapamiętałam z wystąpienia
presentation.
Mateusza,
What
to,
I
że każda
remembered
wioska ma
from what
swoich
he said was
mędrców,
that every village has its wise people, experts, but what matters is that these experts should not be limited to the address should not be limited to experts. We need the other side, and we should not be manipulated. We should be alert to manipulation techniques, and Mateusz talked about manipulation and techniques. What do you think? Is digital welfare achieved by limiting access to technology? Definitely not. I think that digital welfare, well-being, should be something that we need to talk about. It's the responsibility of teachers, educators. We talk about it more and more often. Be Internet Awesome and the School with Class Foundation websites will give you more ideas. You'll get fantastic materials there to support your message about well-being online and safety, online safety and security. We'll hear more about it from Professor of Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań, Natalia Walter.
What if the topic of my speech today will be digital well-being, a very trendy, hyped term in recent years. Sometimes people talk about digital hygiene, digital diet, or digital detox. I don't like these terms very much, but they point to an element that is often associated with digital well-being, that is, being offline. I was invited to talk to the parents in one of the primary schools in Poznań. I thought that not many people would be interested. It was 5 p.m. I joked at the janitor who was bringing additional chairs to the biggest room in the school. I thought that maybe 20 people would come, but it turned out that the topic of this meeting was very interesting to the audience. Put the phone down, that was the topic. And I was really surprised with the gym being filled with parents. There were no seats anymore. Some people were standing. We think that technology has a negative impact on how we feel, on our emotions, on how much we can learn, how we focus attention. And it also influences our physical well-being. We think that because of technology we are less physically active, we are less healthy. And there's something in it. We are also less well off when it comes to our emotions and our contacts with other people. Let me tell you 3 stories. The first one is the story of Marcelina. Let's imagine there's a couple expecting a child and everything is going well, but then they have to have a cesarean section. But everything went according to plan, and the child is born. And here the fairy tale takes a turn towards a more negative side. The mother told me after years have passed that she was shown Marcelina very late. The child was called Marcelina, and the child was shown to the mother very late. Doctors started sharing their diagnosis, and it seemed that the child was struggling with some rare genetic disease, very rare. So once you learn about a diagnosis, you turn on the computer and you search for information. When the father came back to the hospital in the morning, he has learned a lot of medical knowledge about this genetic disorder. But he also brings hope that everything will be okay, that Marcelina will be able to live a full life, like her peers. When I talked to Marcelina's mum years later, and Marcelina was about to go to primary school, she said important words. I don't know where we would have been were it not for the internet. The second story is related to the 2 images that you can see
in front of your eyes. This is the first one, and this is the second one. I could show you more of them. What do you think? How they were painted? These paintings are related to the story of Sarah Ezekiel. She was an ordinary young girl, young woman. She gave birth to 2 healthy daughters, and then she started going weak. She was tripping, and doctors started diagnosing her, and she was ultimately diagnosed with the same disease that Stephen Hawking was diagnosed with. And then she was no longer able to move her arms, her feet. She was not able to speak. And the only thing that she was able to do was to move her eyeballs. So thanks to technology, using her eyeballs, she's able to communicate with the world. She can do many things at home. She can open the door. She can write on social media, but she's also able to paint. And these paintings were painted with her eyes. And the third story. I think that many of you will think that, well, these are interesting stories, but these are pretty extreme stories that do not apply to many people. But think about a situation where you're going for a lone trek in the mountains, not necessarily very high mountains, any hills in Poland or near you. Or imagine that you drive into the unknown with a car by yourselves. But let's say it's a trek. You pack your stuff, you put a charged phone at the bottom of your backpack, because you're not going there to use a smartphone, you're there to enjoy nature. So then you get on your way, everything is going according to plan, and then suddenly something happens. There's a problem with the weather, or you break a leg. How would you feel at that point in time, were it not for the fact that you know that you have a phone at the bottom of your backpack? I told you 3 stories. The story of Marcelina, who offers hope. The story of Sarah, where technology is helping her and empowering her. And the third story of a mountain trek, where technologies offer safety and security. What if we were more aware about and conscious about the apps that we have unlimited access to use them to look after our own well-being? I talked about different areas of well-being: emotional, cognitive, social. We have apps that we can use which look after our physical well-being. Many of us are counting steps, comparing with other people, how others are doing. Some look after the health of their family or their own. If, say, someone has diabetes, apps will help look after sugar levels. We have apps which look after our emotional well-being, helping us to relax, to control moods when we are on the verge of depression or we are suffering from depression. We also have apps that look after our cognitive well-being, helping us to focus, helping improve our memory. And we have apps that facilitate social interactions, looking for the social support that we all need so much. Conscious selection of technology may become a guarantee of well-being. Let's not separate online well-being from our everyday well-being, feeling of happiness, this subjective feeling that I'm all right.
Thank you. Now, digital well-being is one of the topics that are talked about in our latest publication about the new challenges for the Internet Awesome. Now, a lot has changed since our first publication. First of all, we're still trying to tackle the impact of COVID-19, and there's a war to the east of us. Schools have to work in difficult circumstances, and that's why this publication is set in a difficult reality where every day we run into new problems, and sometimes we have to make decisions that overwhelm us. Hopefully, the protagonists of these stories will help our readers find their bearings in this new reality. And the stories are about disinformation, digital well-being, and multiculturalism. In addition to the stories, you'll get an activity card and some pictures that can be used in individual activities and in group work. Additionally, Marta Zabłocka, a friend of the foundation, is the author of the pictures. She has her Życie na kreskę profile, and she'll be talking to you at 4 p.m. during one of the workshops. And this great collection of stories can be downloaded from our website. Let's now move on to the presentation by a member of the board at demagog.org, Patryk Zakrzewski, who's going to talk about pre-bunking and how to preempt disinformation. It's a pleasure to be here, and I would like to take a few moments to talk about disinformation to you. Due to my professional work, this is something I know about, but it's also important due to the events such as the coronavirus pandemic, the crisis, and also the war in Ukraine. This is also something that's close to my heart due to personal reasons. Now, what I mean is, in your case, as teachers, for example, in 2019, there was a lot of disinformation about the teachers' strike. In 2019 and 20, I was impacted by it as an LGBT person, because that was talked about, and there was a lot of disinformation during the election. These are our personal experiences. We had to face these phenomena, these events, and we became victims. During those disinformation campaigns, the scapegoat technique was used. A person or a group of people are ascribed the guilt for a certain event or a phenomenon which is not really their fault. And this is to turn your attention away from the real problem at hand. And this is a great starting point to talk about disinformation with your students. Very often we have this syndrome, this feeling that we are cheating them because we think we don't have the competencies to talk to them about disinformation. And I know that this feeling of having the imposter syndrome accompanies us, and it accompanies myself, even though I've been doing this for a few years. But we have to remember that for our students, we might be the only person who has the courage, the interest, and the motivation to talk about this topic in Polish schools. I know you do a lot of it, a lot about it as it is, for example, by using Internet Awesome materials. You talk to them about how to separate facts from opinions, and the teachers of literature talk about newspeak and propaganda, and you also use the examples of 20th century literature. So there's quite a lot of tasks ahead of you, but there are some more. Namely, we can preempt it, we can prevent disinformation before it happens. This is something we call pre-bunking. Now, this word shows you that this is something we do before something else, because we can see the pre-affix. And it's sort of like what fact-checkers do, which is the group of people I represent. Fact-checkers, they verify the truthfulness of something after it was published online. In pre-bunking, we look at a whole range of manipulation techniques that are used in order to mislead us. It's like trying to inoculate yourself against certain problems before they happen. The way this method works is that we look at a section of manipulation technique or information, and by providing it with some worthwhile commentary, we can use this bit of fake news to teach people how to avoid this sort of disinformation. So we are building our resilience to disinformation, as a result of which we can respond to those campaigns that might target ourselves or someone else around us. Now, what is important in order to be able to do pre-bunking? First of all, you have to understand the manipulation techniques. By understanding how they work, you can recognize them and you can show others that this or that is a manipulation technique, so we have to be careful. Now, the scapegoat technique was one of those, and I mentioned it already. There are others as well. For example, a false alternative technique, where we are presented with a choice between option A and option B, whereas in reality there are more actual options than just two. Let me give you an example. Perhaps you have some friends or family who are facing the decision of buying a flat or an apartment. And very often we can hear that you can either get a mortgage and buy the flat, or you can rent an apartment and then you'll be paying to the owner, to the landlord. But in fact, there are other options. For example, exerting pressure on the authorities to provide some council housing, or other attempts of a sort of communal attempt to tackle these problems of communal or council housing in Poland. Now, this technique is used to shift the responsibility that should be on the shoulders of the state and to transfer it to the shoulders of an individual. Another interesting manipulation technique is what we call anecdotal evidence. Now, this is a technique that entails being told a personal story which is supposed to prove a point. For example, let's imagine you're meeting friends of another child whose child goes to a different school, and they say there are some children from Ukraine who joined the class and they behave in this or that way that's not welcome. Now, this story, when it's told to us in a close contact by people we know, might impact how we perceive the refugees who are coming to Poland. But we have to remember, this is a single case, and it doesn't prove a point. It might be close to our hearts, it also depends on who told us, but it might not be representative of the whole society. So we have to be careful about this, and if someone draws our attention to a certain social phenomenon, we have to consider that this might be a manipulation technique, and it might not be used intentionally differently, but the effect remains the same. So these are the three manipulation techniques I've discussed. There are many more of them, of course, but let's summarize as the scapegoat, it's the false alternative, and it's the anecdotal evidence theory. Right, so this is what we've got. How do we convert that into practice? For example, how do we use it tomorrow? I have an idea for a simple exercise, and I do the exercise with young people and also university students during my workshops, and also works during my workshops with teachers. It's a simple exercise which goes as follows. We take little pieces of paper and we write the names of these manipulations, and on other pieces of paper we have the definitions, or for younger students you might describe a story. Then there's a draw. The students draw one, and then they walk around the room, they talk to each other, and they get in pairs depending on who has the definition and the explanation of the definition. So this makes it quick and easy, and if you also discuss these elements with them, you can ask them about maybe them knowing these manipulation techniques from their own lives. It might not be anything related to these big social mores, but it could be about something in their personal lives. So I would encourage you to write down this as an inspiration for your exercises, and maybe very soon during your classes with the teachers you will be able to use these tools to help them get the resilience and the pre-bunking techniques against misinformation. This is something when we get vaccinated against disinformation before it happens.
That was Patryk Zakrzewski. Thank you very much for another valuable contribution. I think that the viewers, after listening to all these presentations, will be masters at discovering manipulation techniques and will never fall for them. What I have learned are some great ideas for working with students. Digital competences are not just about knowing software, platforms, but it's also about knowing a lot about manipulation, online disinformation, because this is what we are having to deal with more and more often. So we encourage you to take advantage, to use these resources that are published by School with Class and be internet awesome. It is an important digital competence to be able to use the internet. And now about what intercultural competences have in common with online digital competences. We'll hear about it from a coach, Dominika Cieślikowska. She will talk about emails that did not go to where they were supposed to go to, and how to improve communication pathways. Thank you very much for the invitation to the conference. I'm working with the Together in Class program, where we are involving migrant students in our daily work in schools. We're looking at intercultural competence, but the context of the internet, as the definition puts it, a World Wide Web that connects people from various parts of the world, that's an important field where intercultural competences are also needed. I hope that I can show you several areas where it's worth thinking about these skills. I have a number of skeptics inside me that are already saying saying that in a globalized world, when we're all online, do you really need intercultural competences? Well, we need to check that. I focused on emails and cultural differences related to emails. I asked a few friends who are communicating with people from various parts of the world by sending emails. I asked them for examples of misunderstandings that resulted from intercultural differences. I was surprised because they were not they were not that easy to find, these situations. They kept telling me that these intercultural differences are much more visible in a personal relationship, face-to-face, where you can see non-verbal communication, which is communicating emotions. You don't get that online? A question for you. Did you ever write a part of an email caps lock? Why did you use caps lock? And the third question, is this a universal cultural issue? On the subject, experts have already spoken, people who are monitoring email communication, and they have selected 3 distinctive different cultures to see what it's like. With caps lock, for example. And sometimes, this is what they learned, that sometimes people use caps lock to point the reader to some part of their message. That was the reply from Americans. Koreans don't really know this way of communicating by email using caps lock. In Asia, the essence is not to impose your opinion on anyone, not to suggest a reply, and not to relate emotions, because it's not polite to show the feelings about a given situation. In Turkey, they said caps lock, emoticons. Well, that's not enough, definitely, to express this intensity of emotion, this very dense emotional attitude of the Turks towards various aspects of reality. Turks need full sentences to demonstrate how emotional they are about reality. I don't know if you are still following me. Are these examples relevant to you? Korea, Turkey, America, is that something that you relate to? But a simple example. Last week, in one of the schools that we're supporting in the program, the teacher said that she was writing emails to the parents of Ukrainian kids, and she never got any reply. You may have experienced similar situations when sending emails to children with migration history. Do you know why you're not getting any responses? I encourage you to stop interpreting the situation as you think, to work with hypotheses, looking at the broader context. When I'm working with people with experience of migration, and I can tell you that the beginning of a stay in a new country is a period of denial, of not accepting the fact that you were forced to move to a different country, particularly when you are a refugee. That's relevant. This is a period where people are here physically, but with their emotions, with their minds, they're still back home, at places where they were living before that. After some time, they accept the fact that they've been living for months in a new reality, and they start adapting. And there's a clash with a new culture, new language, new people like the teacher who is writing emails, not understanding that I come from a different culture. I don't really understand the email. The alphabet is different, the language is different. It would be much easier if the teacher simply called me to explain certain things, but she keeps writing emails. And the only thing that I can do is get used to this situation, to find a solution. I do not want to harm my child. I do not want to disregard the opinion of the teacher, so I'm looking for a solution. And here you have to be creative. For example, the parents I know are sharing logins to their children who speak the language better, they know the school reality, and the children will read the emails and reply to the messages from the teacher. The teacher can be happy as a result, but it's not really a true communication between the teacher and the parent. So there are some difficult situations. Who needs to adapt? Should the teacher stop writing emails and start calling every single parent? If the teacher has a number of children from a migration background, that's an effort. I suggest that you need to be creative and split this approach into stages. I would start by writing emails, shorter emails, with a simplified language. I would also add this explanation by phone, because maybe it's easier to communicate on the phone. On stage 2, I would write an email, an ordinary email, but I would continue calling the parent to let the parent know that there's an email waiting in their inbox. And after the 2 preparatory stages, I hope that we can get to a point when the parent and the teacher will be able to exchange emails as partners. Right, but it's not just about the communication channel that you opt for. It's also about how you write an email. I don't know how the teacher in question wrote her email, but probably she got to the point straight away. There are some sets of guidelines available online on how to write emails, but culture is like gravity. You don't see it, but it's there. Only when you come across a different culture can you check whether you are communicating in a universal way. Getting to the point doesn't work very well. It works in Poland. Perhaps it also works in English. You'll read guidelines suggesting that you get to the point when you're writing in the Anglo-Saxon world. But you also need to make sure that you start the communication, you build a relationship, you create a good climate between the people who are communicating. And the last thing of using correct language and not making language mistakes. I think you will be able to read what is on this screen, even though every single word is written incorrectly. This is a short presentation inviting you to be careful, to be sensitive to communication needs of others, to the way how you communicate with other people. Thank you very much.
Dziękujemy, Dominiko. To było już ostatnie
Thank you,
wystąpienie w tej
Dominika.
części panelu nauczycielskiego
This
EduStories.
was the last presentation in this part of the panel.
Oprócz asów internetu
The
prowadzimy
School of
jeszcze
Class
inne
also
programy.
has other programs in addition to being Internet Awesome. Together in the Classroom is another program we are still recruiting for. This is to support children with refugee and migrant experiences, supporting them, and especially this is targeted at children from Ukraine. As part of the program, we'll deliver colorful and very practical materials about classroom integration, psychological support, and building an intercultural community.
A teraz zapraszamy już Was na warsztaty.
Let's now start the workshops. This isn't the end of the conference. At the end of it, we'll have Robert Janowski, who will host two teams, surfers and gamers, competing against each other as part of the big tournaments. And School with Class is the organizer of this conference in collaboration with Google. The second panel of the Internet Awesome was hosted by us, and we'll see you later.
A i oni przez siebie nie słyszą.
I on się u Ciebie pojawia. Tak. Ale u mnie też się pojawia. Poczekaj, bo teraz on... Czekaj, dobra. Wchodzi do Ciebie, ale do mnie nie wchodzi. Słyszymy Cię stąd? Chcesz usiąść tam pogadać? Kurwa, cały czas coś
trzecie, jest to obszar cyfrowego bezpieczeństwa i obywatelstwa, przede wszystkim w kontekście pracy z grupami wykluczonymi.
Fundacja Szkoła z Klasą, a szczególnie te pierwsze programy były bardzo takie informacyjne i informatyczne i przyszłościowe i nowoczesne, zarówno w sensie narzędziowym, jak i w sensie podejścia do metodyki i do edukacji, więc chciałem trochę zerwać z przeszłością i spojrzeć w przyszłość i myślę, że to się udaje.
Edukacja jest ważna, dlatego że obejmuje w zasadzie wszystkie obszary i przestrzenie naszego życia. Wartości Szkoły z Klasą są mi bardzo bliskie, nie tylko jako nauczycielowi, ale również trenerowi, jako mamie.
Z Fundacją Szkoła z Klasą łączą mnie te same wartości. Otwartość na drugiego człowieka, ciekawość, nuta szaleństwa.
Fundacja Szkoła z Klasą.
Edukacja jest ważna, dlatego że edukacja jest tak naprawdę wszystkim.
2, 1!
I tak naprawdę rozwój w tej edukacji dla mnie jest najważniejszy. To, że cały czas jesteśmy w procesie uczenia się czegoś nowego.
Już się wydarzyło to, o co chcemy zapytać, bo I to jest pytanie, jak się czuliście w tym.
To jest Fundacja Szkoła z Klasą.
Edukacja jest bardzo ważna, dlatego że obecna młodzież lubi się uczyć i też nam zależy na tym, aby pokazać im jakieś nowe doświadczenia, nowe możliwości i też mieć dobry start w przyszłości.
Dzięki edukacji możemy mieć świadome społeczeństwo i obywateli i obywatelki, które podejmują samodzielnie decyzje. Fundacja Szkoła z Klasą to dla mnie pewnik jakości, wysokiej jakości, ciekawych programów, mądrze wymyślonych projektów, a także ciekawość myślenia o edukacji cyfrowej w kontekście wartości.
Współtworzę drużynę Fundacji Szkoła z Klasą, dlatego że lubię pracować w gronie ludzi, którzy wierzą w to, co robią, którzy robią to profesjonalnie i ja wierzę osobiście w to, że to, co robimy, ma sens.
Ciastek o uważności.
Edukacja jest ważna, bo edukacja to po pierwsze relacja, a po drugie też taka ciekawość drugiego człowieka. Bez edukacji według mnie nie ma dobrej relacji i nie ma takiej empatii względem innych osób, z którymi spotykamy się w naszym życiu.
Edukacja jest najistotniejszą sprawą w życiu człowieka. Właściwie po jego potrzebach takich podstawowych edukacja jest najistotniejsza, dlatego że decyduje o jego życiu, o jego świecie, o tym, jak postrzega ten świat, jak się w nim odnajduje i jaka będzie jego przyszłość.
Edukacja jest ważna, dlatego że potrafi zmieniać świat.
Pracujemy w 3 obszarach, które w tym momencie są dla nas kluczowe. Po pierwsze, zdrowie psychiczne uczniów i uczennic. Po drugie, tematy wielokulturowe. Jak pracować w klasie, w której już nie jesteśmy tylko homogeniczni. Po trzecie, jest to obszar cyfrowego bezpieczeństwa i obywatelstwa, przede wszystkim w kontekście pracy z grupami wykluczonymi.
Fundacja Szkoła z Klasą, a szczególnie te pierwsze programy były bardzo takie informacyjne i informatyczne i przyszłościowe i nowoczesne, zarówno w sensie narzędziowym, jak i w sensie podejścia do metodyki i do edukacji, więc chciałem trochę zerwać z przeszłością i spojrzeć w przyszłość i myślę, że to się udaje.
Edukacja jest ważna, dlatego że obejmuje w zasadzie wszystkie obszary i przestrzenie naszego życia. Wartości szkoły z klasą są mi bardzo bliskie, nie tylko jako
uczenia się czegoś nowego. Już się wydarzyło to, o co chcemy zapytać, bo I to jest pytanie, jak się czuliście w tym?
Edukacja jest bardzo ważna, dlatego że obecna młodzież lubi się uczyć i też nam zależy na tym, aby pokazać im jakieś nowe doświadczenie, nowe możliwości i też mieć dobry start w przyszłości.
Dzięki edukacji możemy mieć świadome społeczeństwo i obywatelki, które podejmują samodzielnie decyzje. Fundacja Szkoła z Klasą to dla mnie pewnik jakości.
Edukacja jest ważna dlatego, że potrafi zmieniać świat.
pracujemy w 3 obszarach, które w tym momencie są dla nas kluczowe. Po pierwsze, zdrowie psychiczne uczniów i uczennic. Po drugie, tematy wielokulturowe. Jak pracować w klasie, w której już nie jesteśmy tylko homogeniczni. Po trzecie, jest to obszar cyfrowego bezpieczeństwa i obywatelstwa, przede wszystkim w kontekście pracy z grupami wykluczonymi.
Fundacja Szkoła z Klasą, a szczególnie te pierwsze programy były bardzo takie informacyjne i informatyczne i przyszłościowe i nowoczesne, zarówno w sensie narzędziowym, jak i w sensie podejścia do metodyki i do edukacji, więc chciałem trochę zerwać z przeszłością i spojrzeć w przyszłość i myślę, że to się udaje.
Edukacja jest ważna, dlatego że obejmuje w zasadzie wszystkie obszary i przestrzenie naszego życia. Wartości Szkoły z Klasą są mi bardzo bliskie, nie tylko jako nauczycielowi, ale również trenerowi, jako mamie.
Z Fundacją Szkoła z Klasą łączą mnie te same wartości. Otwartość na drugiego człowieka, ciekawość, nuta szaleństwa. Edukacja jest ważna, dlatego że edukacja jest tak naprawdę wszystkim.
2, 1.
Tak naprawdę rozwój w tej edukacji dla mnie jest najważniejszy. To, że cały czas jesteśmy w procesie uczenia się czegoś nowego. Już się wydarzyło to, o co chcemy zapytać, bo I to jest pytanie, jak się czuliście w tym?
Edukacja jest bardzo ważna, dlatego że obecna młodzież lubi się uczyć i też nam zależy na tym, aby pokazać im jakieś nowe doświadczenie, nowe możliwości i też mieć dobry start w przyszłości.
Dzięki edukacji możemy mieć świadome społeczeństwo i obywateli i obywatelki, które podejmują samodzielnie decyzje. Fundacja Szkoła z Klasą to dla mnie pewnik jakości, wysokiej jakości, ciekawych programów, mądrze wymyślonych projektów, a także ciekawość myślenia o edukacji cyfrowej w kontekście wartości.
Współtworzę drużynę Fundacji Szkoła z Klasą, dlatego że lubię pracować w gronie ludzi, którzy wierzą w to, co robią, którzy robią to profesjonalnie i ja wierzę osobiście w to, że to, co robimy, ma sens.
Edukacja jest ważna, bo edukacja to po pierwsze relacja, a po drugie też taka ciekawość drugiego człowieka. Bez edukacji według mnie nie ma dobrej relacji i nie ma takiej empatii względem innych osób, z którymi spotykamy się w naszym życiu.
Edukacja jest najistotniejszą sprawą w życiu człowieka. Właściwie po jego potrzebach takich podstawowych edukacja jest najistotniejsza, dlatego że decyduje o jego życiu, o jego świecie, o tym, jak postrzega ten świat, jak się w nim odnajduje i jaka będzie jego przyszłość.
Edukacja jest ważna, dlatego że potrafi zmieniać świat.
Dzień dobry Państwu. Serdecznie witam Państwa na trzeciej.
Hello and welcome to the third and last part of this conference, Be Internet Awesome. My name is Robert Janowski and it's my great privilege to be your host for the second time. I hope that we're going to have great fun, but before we start, write on our chat where you're watching us from. Be Internet Awesome is implemented by School with Class Foundation with support from google.org. The School with Class Foundation has been developing an international community of Be Internet Awesome
Central and Eastern Europe, we have our partners with us today. AdFaber from Romania, Forth from Greece, International Children's Safety Service from Hungary, Jules and Jim, Czechia, Teach for Slovakia from Slovakia, of course, Suradicic Uceniu from Croatia, and Vedliaj from Lithuania. Thank you very much. The organizers of this conference is School with Class Foundation with Google, partners Supel Belfszy, and the media partner is Głos Nauczycielski. But we wouldn't be here were it not for our great participants. I'd like to welcome the team of surfers. A round of applause for you. And gamers to my left. Can you introduce yourselves? Beata, let's start with surfers. Where you come from? I'm from Warsaw. I'm a mum of many kids. 4 kids, exactly. Wow. Respect. Julka. My name is Julka. And I'm from Podkarpacie. I'm Paweł. I'm from near Gdańsk. And exactly? I'm from a small village, Borkowo in Pruszcz Gdański. I know where it is. Very nice village. I always say that I'm from Warsaw and exactly from Sochaczew. Gamers. I'm Maciej. I come from Poznań. To the point. And I'm not a soldier. This was a military answer. Marcelina. I'm Marcelina. I'm from Warsaw. You keep repeating your names after I say them. Szymon? I'm Szymon. And I'm from Minsk Mazowiecki. Right. Let me tell you a few words about the tournament, the competition. You have to win 5 keys. And you're going to need them to complete the final task. Without them, it can't be done. To win the keys, you have to go through paths related to the values of being internet awesome, smart, alert, strong, kind. I listed 4, and there's another one, brave. Each of the teams will be exploring a different path, and you will encounter brave fields, and entering them will allow you to win points that will get you the 5th key. For the entire competition, you have 12 rounds, each consisting of 2 parts. Every round starts with a question that will be visible on your tablets. You have 15 seconds and you have to make a note of the answer. You raise the tablet, and if you answer correctly, you can move by 1, 2, or 3 fields. If you answer incorrectly, you move by just 1 step. Everything clear? Right. Who will be your leader? Gamers. Who's your leader? Maybe Marcelina. Right, Marcelina is the leader of gamers, and Beata from the surfer team. Right, let's start a warm-up question. The team that answers best can choose the path. You can see it on screen. And the question is, what percentage of people in the world was using the internet in January 2023? We want to see the percentage, and those who get closer to the actual percentage win. Right? Time's up. Please raise your tablets. Surfers say 67%. You put 65. Wow. So close. Almost identical answers. 64.4% of people globally are using the internet. Bravo to the gamers. You've won this first
situation, you can choose the field. So gamers can choose either the smart or the alert pathway. Let me explain what you're choosing between. Smart is about being smart when online, being smart when you are publishing data. If you follow this path, you will have to deal with a birthday party that's gone online, let me not say anymore, and you will get the smart key if you win. And the second option is alert. If you opt for this path, you will have to decide which of the information you obtain in the fields that you visit is credible, and this will lead you to the alert key. This is pretty enigmatic, a bit less information than with the smart path. What do you opt for? Do we go smart or do we choose alert? They will have to deal with whatever is left. Right, we go for alert. Gamers prefer alert, so you are left with being smart. We can see that you are smart already. Right, gamers, let's start with alert. This part of the board is related to disinformation and phishing. And your objective is to find the key, which is hidden in one of the fields under letters A to E. So you are moving through fields and you're getting text messages. The difficulty is that some of the text messages contain true information and some false information, and is trying to mislead you. Right. So that you know what we are playing, let me start this way. A story. You've invited to a birthday party. It happens, right? Some friends, but on the day of the party, it turns out that the invitation has been put online and has reached plenty people. Half of your school is coming, half of your town, plenty of the people you don't know. Try to establish how it happened by using fields in this part of the board, and you have to discover information. Some of it is real, some is false. So you have to establish why it happened. If you can give me 3 mistakes that you've made by organizing this event, you can go to the solution, and there you're almost going to get the key for free. There's just one remaining challenge. Everything clear? Yes. Right, so we can start. Let's have round 1. Right, to begin round 1, listen to the question. Tell me if it's true or false. If you guess correctly, you go 3 steps forward. If you don't answer correctly, you get 1 step. In a poll of teenagers aged 10 to 18 in EU countries in 2020, respondents were asked about the sense of security offline and online. According to the results of the poll, teenagers feel less secure online than at home and in school. Is that true or false? Teenagers feel less secure, less safe online than offline at school and at home. Let me read out the answer. False. True. They are right. It's true. 88% of people feel safe at home. 77% of kids feel safe at school,
tylko 61%
and just 61% feel safe online. 61%. Super.
Czyli ruszacie się o 3. Macie
So
możliwość
you
nawet tylko
go
o
3
1, tak?
forward, and you go
No to, ale
just
tak czy
one
inaczej
step forward.
uważność, bo wyście wygrali poprzednie
Alert
decyzją
team
rozpoczynamy waszą grę. Gdzie się ruszycie?
won the previous challenge. Where do you go?
Nie, no możecie się ruszyć na
You can
na
go
przynajmniej miejsca.
to at least two
Nawet na
of the
przykład na
fields.
odwagę też możecie się wejść.
You can also go to Brave.
Odwaga.
Super. Bardzo fajny
Brave,
wybór.
a very cool
O
choice.
odwadze właściwie powiedziałem jeszcze za mało.
Well, I did not tell you enough about Brave.
Dwa pola odwagi.
You have at least two fields called Brave. To win the Brave key,
Polak przynajmniej 4 razy.
you have to visit those fields at least 4 times. Without the Brave key, you will not get into the final.
Wzajemnie pomaga.
In these challenges, you can help one another.
Takie hasło i taka kategoria.
That's what it's about, this category.
Sprawdźmy, co tam się pod tym
So
kryje.
let's see what's there. Look at your tablets,
Trzeba rozwiązać poniższy rebus.
and you have to solve a rebus.
Jeśli poprosicie zresztą o tę pomoc, gamerzy.
You can ask for help.
Dziwne rysuneczki.
You have
Teraz wasza kreacja, wasza
the
pomysłowość.
strange images, and you have to be
Co może oznaczać?
smart if you can see it, if you can work it out.
Prosiaczek. Koniec czasu. Na razie
Time's up.
rozkminiali, prawda? Dobra, mamy? Mamy. Rozwiązanie rebusa? Tak. Rebusu,
Do we have the solution?
No, mówcie.
Nie bój się prosić o pomoc.
Come on!
Don't be
jestem
afraid to ask for help.
brawo!
That's
Nie
correct.
bój się prosić o pomoc.
Don't be afraid to ask for help.
Ekranami własnych komputerów i
That's
tabletów.
important.
I rzeczywiście, skubańcy mają rację. Brawo dla gamerów.
A round of applause for the gamers.
Przyłączam się. Cudownie.
Poszło dobrze?
Dobra, no to co tam rozsądni?
Right, now about the smart team. Where do you want to go? You can go 3 forward.
Gdzie staniecie na początek?
Which field do you choose? R1.
To ja już tu zaznaczam, że R1 jest...
Right, I'm marking that you are on
Uwaga.
R1.
Kilka osób mówiło, że chce
A
przyjść
few people said that they want to go +1 with someone in tow to your party. So you wanted to make sure that they can do so.
No bo po jednej informacji nie jesteście w
So
stanie.
make a note of this piece of information, because it will not help you by itself, but you have to collect some more information.
I proszę Państwa, jak to
Right.
szybko poszło. Koniec
It's gone so
pierwszej
fast. This is the end of round 1, and we have 12 rounds to go altogether.
Początek drugiej rundy, czyli pytanie dla wszystkich, prawda czy fałsz, po to, żeby wiedzieć, czy się ruszamy o 3 pola.
And this is true or false, the second round, to know how far we go.
Prawda czy fałsz. W
This is
krajach
my
Unii
question.
Europejskiej
In
ponad
EU
70%
countries,
dzieciaków
over
wieku
70% of
10 lat
kids
gra
aged 6
w
to
gry
10
komputerowe
play
online.
online computer games. Is this true or false?
Procent dzieci w Unii
Over
Europejskiej
70% of children in the EU play online computer games.
Ponad czy 70, czy ponad 70%. Napisaliście? Pokaż Marcelinka.
Fałsz.
Is false.
Fałsz. I to jest fałsz.
And you're both saying false.
To jest prawda.
It is true.
Ruszacie się po jednym polu.
So you both move one space forward. 73% of children in the EU play online computer games.
Teraz wy pierwsi.
Right, you go first now. R2.
Dobrze.
Right, you go for R2.
Otóż, czytam. Po wejściu na wydarzenie widzisz imię i nazwisko koleżanki.
You enter an event and you see the first name and the surname of a friend of yours, but the photograph shows someone else. So
No nie, z nazwiska. Tak.
it's the correct name, but it's the wrong face.
Jedno pole na uważności. Gdzie się ruszycie?
Where do you
Tejże
go?
uwagi, co było?
Na bardzo ciekawy numer 3940239.
So this is the number.
Dobra, ale
Jest
zaraz,
zagadka, trzeba ją rozwiązać.
ale zaraz się
It's
dowiemy.
the puzzle to be solved.
To jest ten numer
3, 9, and so forth. This is the number.
PGE
PGE has planned to disconnect the grid tomorrow, disconnect you from the grid tomorrow, unless you pay your outstanding bills by entering the link shown in space CD. So it's up to you to decide if this is a true or misleading text message. So this is the information you get. And at home, you can think whatever you like.
Dobra. Mamy? Zapisywali? Jakieś małe wnioski, coś? Kreacja?
Do you have any conclusions? Creativity is on. We're nearly there.
Julka z Podkarpacia, przypomnę Państwu, z miasta
Now,
Dębicy. Czy Wam się kojarzy?
Julka from Dębica. Dębica is associated with in our minds with tire production. That's the Polish tire production center. But Julka, you're quite young, but you've already run several charity projects, right? Yes, I started when I was in grade 3 in primary school, which I think is pretty early. It is early, but how did you get this social awareness to do that? I got it at home, but also at school. My school encouraged me to take up volunteering work. Then we had the Children's Council that I sat on for 2 terms, and I'm still there. Which foundation is that? Yes, we've got the LGBTQ plus Friendly Schools Council, and that's where I am active. It's a regional thing. I like it, you know, somebody might think it's far away in the Podkarpacie region, but all these interesting people come from there and they do interesting things themselves, and they also show others what can be done. So I'm very happy to have you here. Right, so officially this is the end of round 2, and very soon we're going to get round 3.
Słuchajcie, pytanie do wszystkich, jak zwykle na początek rundy kolejnej.
Right. Again, it's a true or false question. Get ready and let me read a statement. According to Eurostats, for 2021, people aged 16 to 29 often verified the information and content they found online than the general adult population. Right? People between 16 and 29 years old would verify information found online more often than the general adult population. Is this true or false?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, koniec czasu.
Right, time's up. Is this true? Well, this is wrong, this is correct. It's true. So you go 3 spaces forward, you go 1 space forward. So gamers go forward by 3 spaces. Right, gamers, so since you've moved by 3 fields, tell us where are we going next? So this is about alerts. We've got a text message from that number. We've got brave. In addition to being alert, we also want to be brave, so we go for brave. Well, that's a brave choice, but before I tell you what's behind it, let me say this. And this is the 5th value that we have at Be Internet Awesome. Being brave is that when you're in doubt, you're able to talk it out, you're able to ask for support, both online and offline. Right, so that's where you want it to be, and the whole idea is as follows, that we are going to be working together. Yes, we need to ask you, the surfers, to help us, to be brave in helping us. Right, so you need to ask them, please, and now you can't refuse. Please focus, concentrate, and come up with a common noun. And then we'll say the noun aloud, whatever you come up with. Right, I've heard internet, I've heard reason.
Okej. Zadaniem naszym, waszej grupy,
So the task
was wszystkich jest
right now for everybody is to come up to a point in this task whereby everybody will spontaneously say the same noun. So it's like telepathy, telepathic connection. Right, so let's try to have another round and let's say the noun out.
Jeszcze raz, start. Nie szkodzi, że się spóźniłeś, Paweł.
Right, somebody was late, but yes, we had kindness, we had internet. Okay, it's not the same common denominator yet. We'll keep going until this happens. Go. Bravery, internet, and what did you say? Something else. Now we're getting closer.
Uwaga, czwarte podejście. Start.
Bravery has come up, and pizza. Maybe you're hungry. Should we take a break? Have a pizza? Maybe a bit later. Right. I still don't know what the word is. Go. Bravery and something else, and alertness. Telepathy is working. I'm not sure who's helping who. So, fifth time round. Bravery.
Yes, mamy! Ten rzeczownik to
Okay, so the noun is bravery. Thank you, dear servers. Thanks for your help.
A wam gratuluję za odwagę, krótko mówiąc.
Congratulations.
Dobrze. Czyli możecie sobie ptaszka postawić, bo już macie
Right, so you can take this off. You've got two times brave. Where are we going now? We were going to go for brave. Right, so the surfers went for brave. The fifth value, brave, being brave is all about being able to ask for support or when in doubt, talk it out, both online and in real life. Right, so this is the password, which you need to change to a sentence, and the first letters of the words in the sentence will be the same as the letters in this password. And then you will say a sentence to the other team, and the other team will have to be able to recreate the password. So you come up with a sentence based on these on this seemingly difficult password.
Mamy. Proszę bardzo, czytamy zdanie, a wy wiecie, co macie robić, tak?
Tak. Po jednej nutce.
Tak, po jednej nutce z każdego wyrazu.
One letter from each word for the sentence. So it's a fan-kissed $5 prince named Kevin. This is small caps F, K, $5.
Drogi ten flamaster był, ale no, trudno, prawda? Nie nasz sklep, flamastry.
Small caps P, N, and capital K.
No to macie? Ładnie napisałeś, Maciuś?
Oczywiście.
Pokaż. Teraz poczekaj, ja muszę poczekaj do kamery.
Hang on.
Patrzcie.
You need to show it to the camera. That was your task, and this is the answer.
Pięknie. Brawka. Super.
Very well.
To jest wasza. Mamy odwagę.
So, we're brave.
No to mamy odwagę, macie? Zaznaczacie sobie? Tak.
You need to tick it off.
Ojejku. No to tyle w tej rundzie?
Right, so this is it for this round. And in a moment, we're starting with round number?
Dobrze. Za chwilę runda czwarta.
Round number 4.
Runda czwarta rozpoczynamy jak każdą poprzednią.
Round 4, and we'll start with a true or false question, as we always do. The question is this.
Van. WAN to sieć komputerowa
WAN or WAN is a computer network that connects computers in a certain area which isn't very large. Is it true or false?
Koniec czasu. Tabliczki, proszę. Fałsz to jest.
Time's up. This is false. What do you say, Marcelina?
Że to jest.
We think it's false.
Wszystkie drużyny, obydwie drużyny będą się ruszały.
Good.
Po 3
Both teams move 3 spaces forward if they want to.
Czyli uważności, moja kochana drużynko.
So,
Gdzie lecimy?
what about alert? Gov.org is where we're going.
Gov.org i dostaliście następującego SMS.
Right, and you got the following text message. Be careful about cheats. In order to learn about examples of phishing techniques, go to space C. This is some very important information about whether the key could be there in space C, if it's true or not. And write down your conclusions. You're not ready yet, are you? Not yet.
Rozsądek, czyli gamerzy, teraz wy macie szansę na 3 pola.
The gamers went for smart. What about you? We want to go to R9.
Marcelinka? Przepraszam, zaraz wam to przeczytam. Słuchajcie, Marcelina jest członkinią Gadki Senackiej.
Is a member of Gadka Senacka,
Sam oglądam telewizję.
what we call Senate Talks. It's quite interesting, and I sometimes wonder what it's all about.
Często chodzi o samą gadkę, nie? Nie masz takiego wrażenia również?
Sometimes it's just about talking. Yes, but in our case, Senate Talks is an initiative at the Senate of Poland, where we organize panels, discussion panels, with about 100 guests from all over Poland and some experts who come to talk to us. Recently we had something about the education of children, and we are also involved in a young parliament, young people's parliament, and other initiatives like that. So I'm trying to be more active as far as this is concerned. And, well, politically speaking, I'm in 3 political organizations. My children can vote now, but will they be able to vote for you soon? I would like to be the first female president of Poland, so keep your fingers crossed for me, but it's still a long way to go for me. But I'm being active and I'm working with all these children's initiatives. We've got 51 young senators. Do you have to be born with something like this, or how do you arrive at this public activity? Maybe you should be a social instructor, someone who does it not for money, but for the ideals. So is it something that came from your family, or is it just your character? It's both. My family is supporting me very much, and ever since when we traveled or went different places, it was all about the experiences. New experiences is an opportunity for new passions. I'm trying new things wherever I go. So I was at the Senate Talks panel, and I was invited to join the organization, and that's how it started. So one activity after another, one experience after another, all of that changed into passion. And all of my family are very talkative, just like me, but when we all get together, it's a lot of noise. Must be great, the Christmas table. Right. Now, to go back to the SMART team, one of your friends, who you definitely did not invite, is asking if he can come with a partner.
Did you have such complications with Facebook events where someone comes and you're asking, who are you here to see? Yes, we've recently been to an 18th birthday party and we've had that situation. So you can more or less say what this is about. Did you have such problems? I'm a bit too old for that. I'm no longer organizing 18th birthday parties. The 40th, 18th birthday party in my case would be more like it. This is the end of round 4, and we're moving in to round 5. Round 5, and then we might get the first key. Let's start with a general question for both teams, and you'll know whether you move 3 spaces or just 1. True or false? WWW stands for World Wide Web. Is that true or false? Even your host knows whether this is true or false. Let me see the answers. I'm just making sure that I don't make any last-minute mistakes. It's true. It's true, of course. The only right answer. You all can move 3 spaces. Now, I think it's the alert team. We take the RCB alert, which stands for the Government Security Center. And you get a text message. Tomorrow, there are gale force winds forecast. Make sure that things that can be captured by the wind are secure, and avoid fields marked with vowels. You're getting there, also the audience watching us. You're getting closer to the key, and that's for the smart field. Now, we go to R8. R8. And a question for you. One of your friends says that he shared the event on his profile because the more the merrier, and we all know each other, and it's going to be okay. Clear, right? We're getting there. What was the mistake that was made? We're getting there. Anyone wants to try with what you have? Gamers. We are brave, and you want to solve the challenge, the puzzle. Right, to win your first key, you have to answer a question. It's not that easy. Many questions. Right, this is your challenge. Find and count all the internauts on this picture. Tell me how many internauts you can see here. Quite a lot of those blue guys. When you tell me exactly how many internauts there are, you get the key. 4, 3, 2, 1. Thanks. Time's up. So make your minds up. We found 16 internauts. 16. I believe you. That's what I can tell you. That's right, 16 internauts. Right, gamers. Now, this is the envelope with a key. Under which letter do you suggest the key is? We think that it's under B.
Właśnie, dlaczego?
Why?
Dlatego, że doszliśmy do wniosku, że phishing oznacza, gdy
Because
osoba podszywa się pod
phishing
jakąś instytucję,
is pretending to be an institution to obtain personal data, card numbers, to use this information. And we wouldn't get, or we would get, and you should not trust a message that you're getting from an unknown number. That's what we got with the first clue. So we rejected C and D straight away. And then we were told to reject vowels. That was good. This is from the Government Security Center text message. So we rejected A and E, and C and D were false, so we go for B, and that's the right answer. The government alert was relaying information. It didn't tell us to click anything. Did you get this answer at home? Right. So you win the envelope with your first key. We are ready as well. Right. So we go to the final challenge, and the question is...
Pewien człowiek postanowił pochwalić się wyglądem swojego biurka po tygodniu pracy zdalnej.
A man wanted to share the image of his desk and find 4 elements that should not be published on social media in this picture. So this guy shared the picture of his desk, and there are 4 elements that should not be published on social media. What he shouldn't have published on social media.
Po pierwsze, co się rzucało w oczy, to dane przesyłki na paczce. Myślę, że
First of all, the address on the package. You can read the address. You can see the credit card in the left bottom corner. So you have the address and the card number, plus an enthusiastic approach to his boss, that you can see the image. That's not very elegant, but you could do it. But he may get the wrong reaction from his boss. And then the image of his child. The image of his child on the computer screen. Right. As a parent, I don't really agree with this. You're a mum, I'm a dad, and we would like to show the world how great our kids are, but you shouldn't really do that, really. Yes, so you were right in finding the 4 elements. So, what mistakes have been made with the birthday party? Well, we should be alarmed by the fact that identity is not verified. If the image doesn't fit the name, that's clue number 1. The guests shouldn't really be there. And how did they come? Where did they get the invitation? That's the privacy settings for the event. It's a private event, so people should not be able to see it. Right? You only share it with your friends, and someone set the privacy settings as public, so the whole world could see it. And the third mistake, which is not our mistake, in fact, the friend who shared our event with his friends, and I think that created a network of connections between friends and other friends. It's not our fault. Well, you shouldn't have left the laptop for the friend to use. It's about privacy settings. He should have asked, apart from everything else.
Wychowany młody człowiek.
Yes.
Zapytać. Nie zawsze na takich trafiamy. Bardzo ładnie.
Right. Very good analysis. So you deserve an envelope. The key has fallen out, but no matter.
Nie trzyma się was ten klucz, schowam go głębiej.
Let me put the key in there. Robert, we mentioned this photograph because the child is not wearing all the clothes, because this image will stay online forever. So you shouldn't put the images of part-naked children online, because they will be found in 10 or 20 years' time. I was young when there was no online world. Do you have such memories or images from when you were kids and you wouldn't like them published? Well, my dad put my picture without my T-shirt on, and we had a laugh with my friends. It was nothing nasty, but I would have preferred not to see this picture online. Beata, anything else about this image? I understand what you mean.
Yes, especially with nudity, we have to be very careful. Even as parents, we are already starting our child's digital trail, and we leave a lot of information about him or her online. Whatever we post, we present a lot of information. For example, if we show a photograph of the diploma, we are telling everybody which school they go to and so on. So you're a digital mom, aren't you? Well, yes, I'm interested in how to let my children and other children explore the internet in a responsible way. Sometimes the children know more than I do. But we want to, play games together, watch films together. Betty Ogarnia is the title of my blog, because, sometimes there are so many things online, and mums just can't get hold of all of it, and I'm helping them. And you've got 4 children, right? So what about discipline at home? Do you ban them from using the internet? No, because the internet shouldn't be used as a reward or punishment. We have a routine. They can play computer games, but there are certain times designated for it. For example, not right before going to sleep. If they are more busy at school, then that might be reduced and so forth. So is it to keep them from becoming addicted to gaming? To some extent, but it's also, for them to have time for other things, to get some physical movement, to get a good night's sleep. Because being online very often is so interesting, you just don't plug off. Back in my age, when parents went to sleep, we would read books sitting under a blanket with a flashlight. Do you even read books these days? Well, research shows that children spend a lot of time online when the parents are asleep, thinking the children are not using their smartphones or tablets. So that's the biggest percentage of parents who think the children don't use internet late at night. You can check it. Well, yeah, but parents don't know how to check the digital trail. How can they learn about it? Where can they learn about it? How do you get those tools? With small children, you should always use parental controls to start with. It's not a ban on the internet, it's parental control. With my older children, I can just talk to them and say, you know, you should be studying up to a certain time, so don't use those apps because they get you distracted. I do the same with my phone. If I want to focus, I switch off certain apps. So it's all about being on top of these things. Right, a big round of applause for the gamers and the surfers. You received these smart keys and alert keys, and we'll be back shortly in round 6. And this is round 6. A very warm welcome to everybody. We've got 2 teams, the surfers and the gamers, and we are now going either along the kind path or the strong path. Now, the strong path teaches us to do the right thing about the passwords we use online, and to use the correct password. So you'll be collecting all sorts of letters and digits and special characters that should be used to create a password. Now, every time you stop in a given space, you take 2 of the 3 characters, and they mustn't be repeated twice in the password that you create. So you're selecting the path that allows you to do what I've just said. Now, the kind path will show you how important it is to be kind when online. So there are these 3 circles around before you get to the center, the strong path. Right, so let's start with a question. This is a true or false question. According to an EU Kids Online 2020 report, in the EU, children between 9 and 16 years old spend an average of over 4 hours a day online. Is this true or false? 9 to 16 years old, over 4 hours online. We're ready. Is this true or false? It is not true, it's false. You were wrong. The EU study showed that the children in this age group spend an average of 3 hours, 167 minutes. Does homework count? Well, it's about being online. It's more in Norway, for example, 219. Maybe it's because it gets dark sooner. Right, one move forward. Kindness towards 6. Okay, it's rest. Nothing happens. What about you? Strength? Well, we just have 1 point, so we'll go to the one with the percent sign. And of the 3 characters, we'll go for E and the capital S. We'll write it down. And this is the end of round 6.
Siódemka szczęśliwa. Więc na pewno teraz będziemy mieli jakieś dodatkowe pytania.
7 is a lucky number, so we'll have some great questions. But to start with, we have the true or false question. So get ready, let me read it. According to the Polish law, in the Polish law, there are no provisions to punish for fake news.
Znajomość trochę prawa, albo przepisów, albo ktoś wam powiedział, albo wiecie, albo nie wiecie. Po prostu. Tak czy nie? Fałsz czy prawda? 5, 4, 3, 2, koniec. Decyzja. Piszemy na tabliczkach. Jeszcze ostatnie konsultacje, ale ja się nie dziwię, pytanie nie jest takie...
It's a difficult question. They're still in the middle of consultations. We can't agree on an answer. Well, the head of the team has to decide. It's a tough one. Well, you have to make up your minds. Well, there's so much fake news. But the question is whether this law even exists.
Już się piramida robi z tego. No to jak? Coście zdecydowali? Pokażcie tabliczki 3, 4.
Right. What are your answers? True, false. Well, they are correct. It's false. According to the report on criminal law, even though the term fake news is not included in the Polish criminal code, and fake news in itself isn't penalized, but some kinds of fake news can be punished. I don't have the details of what exactly kinds can be punished, but this is what I've just said.
Aż tak daleko nie będziemy szaleć.
3.
Tak.
No, we're just going 1.
Idziemy w lewo.
We'll go left.
Małpa S, duże
Małpa,
D.
małe S, duże D.
At
I
SD.
wybieramy małpa, duże
And
D.
we'll choose the capital D and the at.
Musicie mieć ich 8. Dobra.
You need to have 8 characters to have a strong password.
A wy znowu jeden kroczek.
We're just moving 1 space forward to number 4.
Przepraszam, z 6 na 4.
From 6 to 4.
No to miłego stania.
All right. You're resting there.
Przypomnieć, że jeszcze raz, przynajmniej do końca gry, musimy odwiedzić pole odwaga. Nam brakuje.
And we have to visit the brave field as well to make sure we've got all the keys. Round 7.
Koniec, już po.
And that's it.
Proszę Państwa, liczyliście? 8? 7 miała być
So
szczęśliwa.
this is
No,
round
powiedzmy, że była.
8.
Chociaż
Number
pytanie
7
było
was supposed to be
najszczęśliwsze.
lucky, although the question wasn't very lucky for you. Let's see what happens in round 8.
Prawda czy fałsz?
The true or false question is as follows.
Z angielskiego oznacza dzielenie się z rodzicami.
Sharenting in English means sharing the threats that children encounter online with their parents.
Piszecie? Dobra. Zgodni są surferzy. Powiem wam tak, 4, 3, 2, 1, koniec czasu.
Time's up.
Decyzja. Naczelnika? Napiszcie.
Już.
I ostatnie
3.
moje słowo pokazujemy.
3, 4.
Ciach. Fałsz, macie rację.
False. Yes, both teams are correct.
Albowiem sharenting to jest
Sharenting
udostępniania w internecie wrażliwych informacji o dziecku
when
przez rodzica.
parents publish information about children online. Share is to share, and then we have the ending the word from parenting. Right, where do you go from number 4? We want to go to 5.
4, czyli będzie 8, 9,
So you go through 8, 9,
5. Dobra, i to zadanie po drodze.
5.
Okay.
Okay.
No to najpierw to zadanie.
And we have a task.
Słuchajcie, jak można przeformułować treści
How
komentarzy,
can
które
you
znalazły się
change
pod postem
the
znajomego,
content of a
nie raniły,
comment under a
ale
post
też nie traciły
to make it less hurtful, but without losing the message?
Tak, to jeszcze przeczytam dla Państwa. Drugi wyspiański
So the
to
first one is,
właściwie
well, you're no Claude Monet, but everybody has to have a hobby.
raz, drugie. Kolejna
Number
podróż
2
do kolejki śmieci. Temu
is
jest
yet another item on my trash collection.
takie coś to ja mogę namalować w 5 minut.
Something like this,
Bez
well, I
żadnych
could have
kosztów.
painted in 5 minutes without any
No to
workshops.
odrobina kreatywności, waszej pomysłowości i przerabiajcie to.
So try to convert them, try to change them.
Te 3. Tak się zastanawiam, jak ja bym mógł tutaj coś zmienić. Jakie coś mógł namalować. Ciekawe, czy mógłbym coś takiego namalować, tak pięknego jak ty. 5 minut? Nie, z pewnością nie udało mi się.
Tak, ale chodzi
Beatka,
w tym samym czasie.
chociaż jedno,
chyba
powiedzcie.
udało nam się być życzliwym.
No, na tym, wy jesteście na polu życzliwości, wiesz.
You're on the kind
Posłuchajcie, bo
space.
to może być ciekawe, co oni też zmienili.
No przyznam, że było trudne.
To, no.
It was kind of hard.
Nic z ciebie nie będzie, to bym
Now, the
powiedziała,
one
że
with
świetnie,
Claude
że
Monet,
motywację i
I think I would say it's a
Okay,
great
jak chcesz,
thing.
bardzo
You have a
ładnie.
passion and you
Drugie,
create
kolejna pozycja
pictures
kolekcji śmieci na mojej
no matter what
kartce.
others say. The second comment,
To nie jest moim,
it's just
to jest lżej.
not my taste.
To od razu
Bo
takie
to mówi
Well, this is kind of negative, isn't it? Well, but it addresses my taste and my attitude that this is not my cup of tea. Number 3. I think maybe we could say it looks quite simple to make. I'm not sure I'd be very happy with a comment like that. But, you know, it might be more objective rather than mean. Well, it definitely is. So yes, it was certainly very mean to start with, and it's no longer. If somebody tells you this looks easy, this is something I wrote my thesis about, when a teacher says, well, this looks easy. How long did it take you? And I said 3 months. So, you know, it's something to be talked about. Right, but this is accepted. Very nice. You are where you wanted to be, which is field number 5. Just one more move and you'll be there, in the middle, at the key. All right, gamers. What about our strong space? In the strong space, we want to move one tile up to we have the at, A and capital R. And we'll take the capital R and the A. We've got E, capital S, at, capital D, now the A and the R. We will need a digit. We just need a digit. And this will be sorted very soon, and these keys will be yours in a few moments. This is the end of round 8, and I'll see you in round 9.
Lucky 9. Every round is lucky for my surfers and gamers. Thing about the internet. Szymon is not just with us today, but he's also online. What path did he choose? Sport. That's right. In my spare time, I'm a skater, a professional skater. You go to skate parks, you do various tricks, twists and turns, flips. The skate will not move in any way. It's fixed to your foot. But the difference is that it's wider, and as a result, you can ride on rails, so I can slide on a rail without any big problems. When you were practicing and you were getting there, when did you say, I'm on the other side, I'm a pro, I know how to do it, I have the right balance? Well, when you are no longer focusing on surviving, just skating forward, and you are starting to thinking about tricks. You are turning when doing a trick. You can do a grab. And you no longer think about falling. You tend to think about doing the trick incorrectly rather than just surviving. Out of the tricks, which one is most difficult for you? Can't tell you. Flips? No, it's a collection of evolutions, and flips are not that difficult. Am I giving my respect to the future world champion? Might be. Right, a true or false question to start round 9. Deep fake is about creating artificial films or pictures from scratch. You agree so many times. No doubts, you simply agree.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, koniec zastanawiania.
Right. Show me the tablets.
3.
2.
What are your decisions?
Proszę bardzo. Fałsz.
False.
Prawda.
True.
Oni mają rację.
They're right.
Fałsz. A wiecie dlaczego?
It's false.
Dlatego, że ten
You know why?
deepfake dotyczy
Because
istniejących
deepfake
zdjęć i filmów.
refers to existing videos and photographs. You don't make them up from scratch. You twist the ones that already exist.
Wytworzymy. No to o 3, tak?
Right.
Poczekajcie.
3 spaces.
No to się ruszcie. Tak naprawdę możecie dojść do klucza. No tak, jesteście w kluczu.
We are reaching for the key.
Co by wam tu wymyślić, żeby tak łatwo nie dostać?
You shouldn't really get the key that easily. You are going to hear some terms and definitions, and your job is to detect whether a definition is true or false in the least number of tries. So you need to tell me whether it's true or false in as few tries as possible. Ethical hacking is a process that involves verifying the declared identity of the person involved in the communication process. It's false, because it's about checking identity, and ethical hacking is about hacking systems at the request of the company to look for gaps in security. Number 2, Howl. Howl is a cycle of YouTube videos where creators present what they managed to buy. That's true. And the guys didn't know that, right? That Howl is exactly that. How do you know that? These videos are pretty popular. Right, so we got a right answer. And number 3, malware, malicious software. No, sorry, adware is a malicious software that was devised to compromise security of software or hardware. Adware is free software paid for by advertising. Jomo, fear of missing out. Fear that we're going to miss something when we are not online. You've read the definition of FOMO, and YOMO or JOMO is joy of missing out. That's right. That's the second envelope. You really deserve it. Just don't lose the key. Right, the key is yours. Thank you very much. Surfers. And now, one tile, one space for your team. We're going one tile up to capital A, the $sign, and 6. And we're taking the $sign and digit 6, and we got everything. And this means that our current password is as follows: E, capital S, at, capital D, A, capital R, $sign, and 6. 8 characters. You can see that something is not right. We will be safe online. This password is so complicated that I do not remember it. Now, for the second key for you. You don't know the password to your account, but fortunately you've made a note of 5 words which are to be associated with it. You're going to get the list of words and try to establish what the password is. The password has something in common with every word that I'm going to read out. So make some notes. Sound, project, snapshot, diagonal and protective. You can have a discussion. The other team is very helpful. Being safe together. They want to win their key. We think it might be screen, and we agree. What about sound? Sound, project, snapshot, diagonal, and protective. Screen. That's correct. Screen, that was the password. So you get the fourth key for my gamers. Here it is, the fourth envelope. And both teams have 2 golden keys. Congratulations, you have 2 envelopes each with a golden key inside, and I have the 5th one. What do we still need? 1 brave field. Apart from the keys for smart, alert, strong and kind, we have to visit the brave field 4 times, and we've only visited it 3 times. The 5th value, brave, is about being brave and asking others for help, or when in doubt, talk it out. Right, before I tell you what the challenge is, Maciek, tell me what you do professionally. What are your hobbies? Well, no short answers. I deal with social media, online marketing. What is the Da Vinci College in Poznań? It's a very good university-level institution. I work as a lecturer there. I've been doing it for some years now, and I share what I've mastered myself early on in Polish social media. I teach students what content marketing is, etc. Do they want to learn that? Do you have a lot of students? Yes, more and more. They are aware of what they want to achieve, and that's what they want to explore in their professional careers. That's how they want to work. They see space for creative jobs. And your support for book authors. It's also a different career than social media, although it overlaps. I have a business where we are helping self-publishers publish books. So if you wanted to write a book and you don't want to go to a publishing house, if you want to publish it yourself, we can do it for you. Is there anything you can't do? Well, there are certainly things that I can't do very well, like skating, for example, roller skating. When I visited Szymon, I tried, but gravity won. Let me put it this way. It was really fun some 25 years ago. I liked watching skaters. I was not really successful. But I really like graffiti and all the elements of the skate culture. Member of the advisory board to the NASK, online security service. Right, let's win the 5th key. That will get us into the final. And I invented this game of associations. It's about absolute memory, some say, but let's not exaggerate. Let's say a word that is associated with the internet. You repeat the previous and you invent the next term. You know the game. We're going to get to 10 or 11 terms altogether. If you want it or you don't, you have to do it. Words associated with the internet. A lot of such words. You can do it. You are awesome, right? Smartphone. Community. Lack of anonymity. Smartphone. Lack of anonymity. Laptop. Smartphone. Community. Lack of anonymity. Laptop. Social media. Smartphone, community, lack of anonymity, laptop, social media, email. Marcelina? You have to start with the first term. Smartphone, community, lack of anonymity, laptop, social media, email, post. Smartphone, community, lack of anonymity, laptop, social media, email, post, Facebook. You can do it. You're awesome. Smartphone, community, lack of anonymity, laptop. Laptop, look at people. Who said laptop? Social media, email, post, Facebook, Instagram. Julka. Smartphone, community, lack of anonymity, laptop, social media, email, post. Look at the person who said Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. She was so good. Smartphone, community, lack of anonymity, laptop, social media, email, post, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, internet. Done. Round of applause. I love you surfers. I love you gamers. The fifth envelope is hereby presented, containing the fifth key, and we got to the final. And what's going to happen in the final? Stay with us. You'll find out in a moment.
Finał, proszę Państwa, gratuluję bardzo.
And this is the finals. Congratulations on a very good game behind you. You've got the 5 keys, and right now we are moving on. These keys have to be prepared, and this is the machine. We can get it started thanks to these keys. It's a hexagon, and in a moment I'm going to tell you what it does. There are keyholes, and the keys have to be inserted in order to start this sensor box. So let's take the keys out and put them in the keyholes.
Dobrze. Poziom pierwszy. Będzie poziom pierwszy. Oddajcie mi koperty. I teraz tak. Każdy stoi przy swoim boczku. Was jest 6. Dobra.
Now there are 6 of you.
Wokół tego heksagonu i
so you can stand around the hexagon and react to the colors that will be appearing on the 3 levels, so as to have red lights come on in front of you. And we change them by moving closer or farther away but they have to be lit on all 6
Nawet nie zdążyłem
levels.
powiedzieć, już mamy pierwszy poziom zaliczony. No to gratulacje, no to się udało.
Right,
Mamy 4
congratulations.
takie poziomy, chciałem jeszcze powiedzieć. Dobra, i teraz może kroczek w prawo, bo mnie
Now,
cały czas gada, nie?
let's move a little bit to the right.
Paweł, chodź, odwróć się na chwilę, bo myśmy w ogóle, chodź do mnie, bo myśmy nie opowiadali. No tak. Paweł, proszę Państwa, dziennikarz z zamiłowania.
Paweł, who loves journalism. Can you tell me what you will do in the future? In the future, I'll want to support children and teenagers, because when I needed help, when I needed aid, I didn't get it. As a volunteer, no, I would like to do it professionally, but I also want to be a sports journalist. It's also a very interesting thing, so I want to combine the two in the future. I've got my podcast, and I've written a book. I want to publish it now. It's a book about my personal story, together with the friends who supported me on my way to excellence in what I do in terms of motivation and supporting children and teenagers. Many people who follow me online said that they would like to read a book like that. So, is your dad proud? I think so. He came here with me, so I think so, yeah. Right, congratulations. My fingers crossed. So, this is what our internet awesome people are like. Right, so we've stepped to the side. And again, we have to move your body so as to change the lights. If it's not red, you're probably too close, so you need to have the right distance. And if you've got it, don't move. Right, level 2. And again, a step to the right. We're in the middle of it. Now we're starting level 3.
Okej. O, tu już masz prawie wszystko na czerwono. Beatka, stój tak. Nie zgub tego. Beata ma już, Beata masz. Julka jeszcze trochę. Szymon też. No, popatrzcie, mamy zewsząd kamery.
Right, we've got cameras all over. You look kind of weird.
Góra nie chce. Zgubiłaś, Beata, dół. Uważaj. Ale zaraz będzie. Są tylko... Pięknie, 3. poziom.
Right, so that's level 3.
Czyli można. I 4, nie chcę wam...
Now, moving on to the next level. Obviously, the higher the level, the more difficult it gets, but you're doing well.
4. poziom i ostatni.
This is the last level, level number 4. You have to the right distance, depending on the level.
Jeszcze nogi super masz. Julka bardzo blisko. Paweł jeszcze szuka odległości. No w ogóle nie reaguje. Jesteś za blisko. A weź idź dalej. Idziesz dalej, to się więcej zapala. Weź. Jeszcze dalej. Weź krok do tyłu.
Teraz do tyłu.
No, jeszcze dalej. O, masz, tu jest twoja odległość. I teraz szukasz góry. Marcelina? Dobrze. Tańczyłaś kiedyś? Jako dziecko w przedszkolu?
Jako dziecko tak, ale...
Dobra, słuchajcie, jesteście blisko Marcelina.
Right, it's very close. Marcelina needs to change something a little bit. Too close in the middle.
No to kombinuj. Nie, zobacz na nas. Musisz brzuch wziąć 3 metry dalej, głową naprzeć tam i nogami, prawda, przebierać.
Teraz na niźle.
Uwaga, słuchajcie, tajemnica maszyny, odezwij się, że mamy ten poziom zrobiony.
Waiting for the machine to say that the level is ready.
Ale już prawie. To czekaj. Julka, bo ci też ginie czerwony. Dobra. Jeszcze Paweł też
nie mogę, no.
Ale
już ręka mi drętwieje.
To poczekaj, no jest, było. A weź jeszcze pół kroku do tyłu, Paweł.
Nie, tragedia.
O, widzisz, lepiej ci będzie. Tak. Słuchajcie, jesteście bardzo blisko, nie rezygnujcie. Beata, jeszcze góra twoja.
Ręka, właśnie.
No dobra, kombinujecie. Mówiłem, że czwarty nie będzie łatwy, ale...
I told you level 4 was difficult.
Dobra, kucnę, żeby was może nie kamery was ładnie ogarniały wszystkie.
Ja chyba muszę zmienić. Ja mam za krótką rękę.
Podam ci tą, zobacz kopertę. Może ci się uda z kopertą zasłonić? O, coś może lepiej. Do tyłu, musisz rękę wziąć do tyłu, Paweł. Prawą, tak. Oddalić od sensoru.
Nie, właśnie nie.
Nie wiadomo, jak to się stało.
We don't know how this happened, but congratulations, you've done it. Machine straight from hell.
Bardzo wam gratuluję,
Congratulations again, and thank you very much.
We are the champions. No zagraj.
We are the champions. We should play it. This was incredible. You truly are internet awesome. And to wrap it up, there are some surprises here. Let's get started with these backpacks.
Wyłączyć? O, tylko przekręcę. I dla ciebie jeszcze, Julka.
Dobra.
Przepraszam cię, Paweł, dobra. Mogę tu skorzystać? Z okazji, bo chciałem jeszcze wam powiedzieć, co jest w środku.
Now, let me tell you what's inside. Well, there are some gifts, very smart, with our Internet Awesome badge. And we've got some stories about people who are Internet Awesome, new challenges, and this is a brand new book with some stories about our values, critical thinking, disinformation, multiculturalism, and digital well-being. Over to you. Now, Beata, Paweł, Julia, Marcelina, Szymon, Maciej, a big round of applause. And we thank our audience. Thank you so much for creating all this. And thank you for a great game. Right, ladies and gentlemen who are watching us, thanks for cheering for us. You can keep writing to us, you can talk to us on the forum, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of comments. A big thank you to School with Class and Google, who co-organized this meeting and this conference. And remember about the values online. Make sure that your secrets are safe and explore the online world while being brave and positive. All the best, and I'll see you in a year's time at the next Internet Awesome conference.